So, Scott, you can be back there to make sure, escorting them in.
Mic check, 2. 2, question mic. This is a red microphone. Red mic, check 1, 2. This is wireless mic 2 for questions. Questions, microphone. Check 1, 2. Getting ready for student athletes and coaches. Check 1, 2. 2, 2. Hey, 2.
AJ
Oh, excellent.
Roeder.
I'm keeping talking. Do you need me to talk some more?
Good morning. Before we start our first press conference of the day, on behalf of the City of Wichita, Wichita State University, and Media Coordinator Mike Ross, welcome to Entrust Bank Arena in the first and second rounds of the NCAA Men's Basketball Championship. We'll feature all 8 schools. We will have 15-minute segments, first with the student athletes of each school, followed by the coach. There'll be a little break in between sessions. Want to go over a few housekeeping details to keep the proceedings moving in a professional manner. Please put your phone on vibrate or silence your cell phone. Each time we introduce new people on the dais, please identify yourself with your affiliation. The first time you ask a question to the head coach, student athletes, raise your hands. We have our microphone holders here. We'll come to you. If you have a follow-up, alert them in advance. There's no flash photography allowed, nor recording of any time, including cell phone or tablet usage. And again, today's sessions are 15 minutes. We'll have our student athletes from University of Pennsylvania up here shortly. The satellite coordinates for today's press conferences: Galaxy 17, transponder 17B. The downlink frequency is 12035.5 horizontal. Again, 12035.5 horizontal. Thank you. You cannot shoot any video with your iPhone, cell phones at all. No. Locker room, sure. Yeah. Okay, set. At this time, we'd like to welcome the Quakers from University of Pennsylvania. On my far left is sophomore forward A.J. Border, Darnell Freeman, and we have Matt McDonald, the senior captain, closest to me. At this time, we entertain questions. Please raise your hand. We have a microphone holder to you. Front row on the aisle.
Mark Narducci of the Philadelphia Inquirer. Darnell, could you just talk about, now you're out here, you're in this environment, just what this feels like to you?
Like I've been talking about before, it's a dream come true. We got here last night. We're just enjoying everything. It's been a lot of stuff going on, a lot of excitement around us, around the hotel, and we're just excited. This is a great feeling, being here.
Front row in the middle.
Mike Jensen, Philadelphia Inquirer. For all you guys, obviously, Kansas is Kansas. You played Villanova. Can you tell me what you learned from a game like Villanova that maybe could come into play even a little bit?
We're going to start with A.J., and then we'll go Darnell, and then Matt.
Yeah, so throughout our year, we play, obviously we play Villanova every year. They're a great team, just like this Kansas team we're about to play is. Getting that experience of playing against teams that operate at such a high level with the incredible amounts of talent that they have, I think that prepares us for games like this. We spend our whole year preparing for our postseason, the Ivy League tournament, and then obviously the NCAA tournament. And I think throughout that learning process we have of playing against those teams like Villanova, it's only getting us better and more prepared for games like this.
More or less just matching our energy and again, finding ways to get stops. That's key in order to compete with a team of this magnitude.
Yeah, I'd also say that I think we're a better team than we were at the beginning of the year. Like you were mentioning, playing Villanova. So I think it's all about just how we've continued to get better throughout the season. And, like AJ was saying, just hopefully that we've improved enough. And, we're very confident in ourselves and just excited to play a great team like Kansas.
Other questions for our student athletes on the aisle?
For AJ and Matt, what do you think is the biggest misconception of Ivy League basketball players?
Go AJ first.
I think people underestimate how tough and how hard we play. Obviously the Ivy League school is known for their high academics, and when you think more about that, you start to think about how maybe they're not as tough as the other teams that they play. But I think that the league we play in is some of the greediest games we play all year. We play a lot of non-conference games and in-conference games, and I think it's clear that the ones we play in conference are some of the toughest, hard-nosed games that we play all season.
Yeah, I would just add just what it takes to win a championship in this league. I'm not sure if people around the country, we play back-to-back games every Friday, Saturday. So just the level of energy, skill level, and toughness it takes to play a game Friday night and then turn around and play another game Saturday. And also, having to play those games on the road, going to play Dartmouth on a Friday night, turning around and having to go play Harvard, traveling that night. It's not like we're, like flying charters or something, but, it's obviously a challenge, and night in and night out, I think it proved throughout the year that any team in this league can win a game. So it's certainly a challenge, and it's one that, we're very proud to represent the Ivy League on this stage.
Other questions in the back row, in the aisle, in the blue?
For any of you guys have one of the best three-point defenses in the country in terms of your three-point percentage and running teams off the line and disallowing those sorts of shots. Obviously, Kansas said that's one of their strengths, being able to shoot from the perimeter. Is that something that you guys think you can use to your advantage, and how do you think you match up with Kansas in terms of being able to defend the three?
We'll start with AJ, then Darnell and Matt.
I think that's something we try to do every game, no matter who we're playing. Our main goals are to limit the three-pointers taken by flying around, making the shooters activate their dribble, start to get to the hoop, and then guarding at the rim without fouling. Forcing long contested twos are ideal for our defensive system. And I think that as long as we stick to our principles and we stay focused and we stay into our game plan, I think that's what's going to help us in our game tomorrow.
Just to piggyback off of AJ, like the way the game's played now, a lot of teams emphasize the three-point line, and it's big because obviously it's more points. So our focus is just to limit those things, like AJ's been saying, and force teams into taking tough twos and contested twos, hopefully to knock off their balance a little bit.
Yeah, like both these guys said, definitely just trying to run teams off the line, and like they were saying, just doing everything with a great amount of energy and just toughness. You can say all that and have that as your philosophy, but if you don't play hard to a certain extent and really try and execute the game plan, it really means nothing. So we've definitely tried to focus on that all year. That's been one of the strengths of our team so far.
Any other questions for our student athletes? Still have 5 minutes. Front row on the aisle.
Tom Keegan of the Lawrence Journal World in Lawrence, Kansas. For AJ, Darnell, and Matt, a lot of people were surprised that you guys were a 16 seed because of what you've done this year. Were you guys disappointed in that, or were you expecting better?
Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, I'm going to say we were a little surprised by it, but at the same time, we were excited. Like, that's an opportunity for us. All season, we've been kind of counted out. We've been underappreciated, I think, in our league, and I think that as time goes on, we're able to prove more and more of what we're capable of doing. And I think this is just another example, and we're going to just try to go out there tomorrow and show what we can do.
Darnell?
I mean, he pretty much said it all. We're just happy for the opportunity. Playing against Kansas is a great team, so we're just going to come out there and just play as hard as we can play.
Yeah, they both really said it. I mean, the only thing I would add is we were picked 4th in our league, so really being counted out is nothing new for us. It's not something that we actively talk about that much, but it's something that's definitely, we're all aware of it. But yeah, like they're saying, we're just excited for the opportunity just to go out there and compete tomorrow and hopefully play at a high level.
Any final questions for our student athletes? Okay, on the aisle.
Just talk about defending Devontae Graham, Big 12 Player of the Year, and maybe people that you've seen up to this point that remind you of Devontae? For any of you?
AJ?
Yeah, like I said before, we're going to be sticking to our main defensive principles, running him off the line, make sure there's no wide open catch and shoot threes, guarding him at the rim, making sure he doesn't get no open layups for him especially, because we know that he's good at getting to the foul line. So throwing our hands up, jumping back is going to be huge this game in defending him. As for players we've guarded like him, I can't. At Villanova they got some great guards. We play them, like I said, every year. That's the closest I can think of to a Devontae Graham-like player, but obviously he's his own unique beast, and we're looking forward to being able to guard him in the Kansas team tomorrow.
Any other questions before we dismiss our student athletes? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Best of luck. We'll have Coach Donahue up here shortly. Again, while we wait Coach Donahue, reminder, there's no video recording of any circumstances, no flash photography. So please, no video recording with your iPhone or tablet. And again, the satellite coordinates, Galaxy 17, transponder 17B, the downlink frequency 12035.5 horizontal. Welcome to Wichita, Coach. At this time, we get a opening statement, your thoughts on tomorrow's game.
Well, first of all, it's great to be in Wichita, and I mean that. It's great to go to a place where you can tell the level of excitement is so genuine for the NCAA tournament. This doesn't happen everywhere, and for our guys to experience this and the level of excitement that exists is second to none. And when I saw we're going to Wichita, I was really happy. I wasn't happy when I saw we were going to play Kansas, but I was happy to be in Wichita and really excited for our opportunity.
Okay, we're open up for questions. We go on the front, on the aisle here.
Mark Narducci, the Philadelphia Inquirer. Steve, could you talk about Antonio Woods' role in this game, especially defensively, and also Devin Goodman, because I'm assuming that those guys are going to see Graham a lot.
So Antonio Woods is someone, has a great story like a lot of our guys, but he misstepped academically, and instead of hanging his head where kids may want to transfer, our school asked him to take a year off, go get a job. He worked night shift at Temple University, seeing some pretty gruesome stuff, probably raised his level of understanding of how great an opportunity he had, took it, learned from it, and now I think he's an elite defender, and not just in our league. You're talking about a kid who's a Division I football player, great athlete, can defend multiple positions, and obviously we're going to need him with all the athleticism and the quickness that they present from the perimeter. Antonio's someone for sure that we can hopefully rely on. Dev Goodman's another great athlete, a track star in high school, someone that I think is a little different from myself, having guys with some really good athleticism, and I think that's why you see us guard the three so well. We have the ability to keep the ball in front so we don't have to overhelp, and then we close out on shooters aggressively.
Questions for our head coach here? Okay, stay on the same side of the aisle.
Ariel Orsuto, KWCH Wichita. Coach, can you talk about your familiarity with Bill Self and especially your time when you were a coach at Cornell?
So we scheduled Kansas on that our third run of championships in the Ivies, thinking we can challenge anybody if anybody wants to play us, and that's part of the difficulty when you're good. I appreciated, one, that Bill gave us the opportunity to play in Kansas, and then that experience I thought was the main ingredient for that team to have great success in the NCAA tournament. With that, Bill and I become very friendly. That game was an incredible basketball game, and I said this story before. I thought we played well, and the first thing he said after the game is he thought his guys played well, which to me was great to hear, that it wasn't that they laid down and weren't ready for us. And I felt the same way. And when we left the arena, the Kansas fans gave us a standing ovation. And that doesn't happen in Philadelphia or the Northeast very often. I thought the amount of respect they had, and I was kind of stunned, and our guys just kind of waved and appreciated it. And I appreciate, as I said, Bill giving us the opportunity, knowing we were good, and then just what he's accomplished over the last 14 years in the Big 12 is amazing. And now just watching the film of his team and his evolution as a coach, going from let's get our bigger, stronger guys, play double low post offense, and now their style of play spread you out and beat you a whole different way. Just tells you how great a coach he is, and the ability to adjust and evolve as a basketball coach is, to me, very impressive.
Other questions for our head coach? Right here on the aisle.
David Lawrence, Jayhawk Radio. You're allowing 29% from the three, which is excellent. Kansas relies on that a lot. How do you produce those defensive results against Kansas?
Well, obviously, they're going to present as much problems as anybody we played, probably with the exception of Villanova. It's how we build our defense. We like to take advantage of the three, and we don't want to give up those three. So I think the thing that makes us a little different for this level is that we have some athleticism in our guard spots. We have good length, move laterally. So typically you get threes three different ways. You give up penetration, and then you got to help. We do that pretty well. You give them up in transition. Now, we're not a great offensive rebounding team, but we have great floor balance, and we locate quickly. And the last way, offensive rebounds when you're in a scramble situation. So we're top 10 in the nation in defensive rebounding. So we limit you in that sense. Kansas with Graham, Vic, and anybody, they do such a good job of the pace they play at, the ability to go by. And then you have the big, you're worrying about the rim protection and trying to stop that. And then, to me, it's their attitude. They're ready to shoot them, and we're going to be tested. can't tell you. We're going to work really hard, but I do feel good that our approach in how we play defense is built to guard what they do well. And then who does it better tomorrow?
Other questions for our head coach in the front, on the left?
Matt Tate from the Lawrence Journal World. Coach, this obviously won't be the same as Allen Fieldhouse or the Palestra, which you just had an advantage there, right, last week or whatever. So how do you navigate this, though, with knowing it's in Kansas and it could be a pro KU crowd?
So we had 9 true road wins, which I think is one of 10 teams in the country. You may have to check that on me, but very few. So we challenge ourselves on the road, like all of our teams in our league do, really. I'm hoping, isn't there non-Kansas fans in Wichita? Can we get a few on our back a little bit if we get it rolling? I'm kind of hoping for that. But our guys, I mean, as a competitor, you just love that environment, really. And I think we have a veteran team. If you think about our squad, we start a 4th-year senior, a 4th-year junior, a typical junior, and 2 sophomores that played a lot of minutes. We have a 5th-year senior in Caleb Wood that comes off the bench. I just think it's all part of it. It's not Fog Allen. It's not the Palestra. And I've been in this environment in the NCAA tournament. I do sense that there's 7 other schools here, and 6 of them are probably rooting for us. That's just the way it is when you're the underdog. And I think our guys will actually enjoy that challenge and just the fun of silencing the crowd if that's need be.
Go to the right side on the aisle.
Hi, Sarah Kelly Shannon. I'm with cityofbasketballlove.com. At Cornell, you took 3 straight teams to the NCAA tournament, but it took you till that 3rd year to break out. And in that respect, how does that relate to this trip, and how much of this trip is building toward the future?
For the future? Just to answer that part of it, no. This is for now. I want this badly, in particular for our seniors. This is something they can dream about and live this memory forever. What I learned the first couple years at Cornell is that I made mistakes. I probably overdid it with all this attention and worried about where my guys were, where their heads were. I was a attention to detail, and I sensed that we played really tight those first couple years. I let that go that 3rd year, and we had a loose group, if you remember, kind of silly. And there's a part of me that worried at that point, but I let it go. I want these guys to embrace everything that this NCAA tournament's about. I want them to enjoy the attention, have fun with each other. This is what college basketball is all about. There's a lot of negativity that exists right now. I think you guys, if you take in our players and see the joy that they play with and they enjoy each other's company, I think that's what we're trying to have fun with. When it comes to business, private practice, attention to detail, they'll be fine. They'll get it. But I want them to play loose tomorrow. I always talk about, are you willing to make mistakes? Are you willing to embarrass yourself? Because that's how you're going to make great plays and win. If we're able to do that, then that gives us our best chance.
We still have 5 minutes left in this interview session. Any other questions for Coach? Staying on the right side there.
Hey, Coach. Gary Bedore from the KC Star. Udoka Azubuike, Coach Self said, could only be used in emergency situations. How do you prepare, since they've had so few games without him? And in looking at tape, do you tend to look more at the Oklahoma State tape since they beat him? So about Azubuike and the tapes.
Azubuike is a monster. There's no doubt. In some ways, I hope there's an emergency situation. In some ways, I don't. He puts so much pressure on your defense because, one, I think Graham is very comfortable with him, and there's so many that ball screen, middle of the floor, 2 shooters, 1 shooter. You make one mistake on him, come up a little too high, it's 2 points. And with our guys, we show them, we talk about how we got to play fundamentally sound in every ball screen. And there is a difference between him and the other 2 bigs they play. We talk about it, but I can't overdo it because he's one impressive player. And they are much better on the floor when he's in the game. There's no doubt. So we just kind of talk about him. Can't make a mistake here. Here's why. And then address everything else that we're talking about.
Any other questions for Coach? Okay, if there's no other questions, best of luck tomorrow, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
Want to also recognize Mike Mahoney. Mike, if you can come back out here, the University of Pennsylvania Basketball Media Relations, if you have any questions.
There's a guy.
See Mike. Thank you. Our next session will start at 11:05 with North Carolina State student athletes. Okay, we're ready to begin our next session. We have student athletes from Kansas University, and take questions at this time. Again, a reminder: raise your hand, and the microphone holder will come to you. No flash photography and no recording of any sort during this press conference. Questions for our student athletes? Front row on the aisle.
Zach Braziller, New York Post. For either of you two guys, what have you heard about Penn? And there's a lot of talk that this could be a more competitive 116 game than usual. People think they were underseeded. Just have you heard any of that talk? And just what are your thoughts on them?
We're going to start with LeGerald first, and then go to Devontae.
Been hearing a lot of talk about it. They tied the league, won a conference championship. So that's all I have to say.
Well, yeah, they're a pretty good team, well-rounded. They can play inside and out. They make more threes than we do a game, so they can stretch the floor and shoot it. We just gotta come in focused like we do every game, and try to jump on them from the start. And they play well without the ball, moving without the ball, backdoor cuts and things like that we've been going over in practice. And if we come in focused, we'll be good.
Other questions here on the aisle? Right there, go right there. Yeah.
Hi guys, David Lawrence, Jayhawk Radio. You've been a 1 seed a few years. Have you ever had in the middle of the night a nightmare about being that first 1 seed to lose to a 16? And if so, how did that go?
Start with LeGerald.
No, I don't think I ever had no nightmare like that.
I mean, you don't really want to be that team that does it. You kind of have it in the back of your head. I feel like just thinking about being that first team to do it, kind of like being the team to break the streak. It's just one of those things, that you kind of think about in the back of your head. But hopefully that doesn't happen.
Right here on the left side.
Chris Lazaran with Kansas Alumni. Devontae, could you take us through this week of preparation, how it's been for you guys, what the attitude is? Coming off that big performance on Saturday, do you want to play off of that, or you want to just put it in the past and forget about it? How do you move on from that?
We're just trying to take that momentum we had and that confidence that everybody got from this weekend and try to keep it going. I felt like we had pretty good days of practice, including this morning, and everybody just got that same confidence, and Silvio and Mitch still playing and practicing well, and so we just feeding off that energy and trying to bring it into this tournament.
Same reporter.
Gerald, could you share some thoughts about what your personal goals are for your performances in the tournament? What do you want to see from yourself?
Just being more aggressive, taking responsibilities, being a huge effect, on the court, and bringing more energy. Just continue doing the small things. And
in the back on the aisle right there.
LeGerald, you've been called the X Factor because you're ceiling so high and what you can do. Can you just talk about what do you think that means to you? And then also if Devontae would comment about LeGerald being an X Factor for Kansas in the tournament.
I would say I just feel like I do all the little things, that people don't always, see or, can, comment or like congratulate me on. I just feel like I, bring the energy, person that could bring a lot of energy and, just do a lot of different things for the team, help us, have a successful end. So.
he just do a lot of things that a lot of us can't do, basically. His athleticism, guys like Beast Fee and Malik on the perimeter can't do, putbacks, lobs, getting to the offensive glass. He can defend multiple positions, 1 through 4. So just being that X factor, when he bring that energy, he's just kind of like a mismatch for a bigger guard, and then he kind of post up on little guard. So just when he energized and juiced up, he bring a lot to the table.
Other questions out there? Stay with.
Devontae, you're the guy that puts lobs ups for the bigs, for LeGerald, for everybody. Can you just talk about, like, in the back of your head, what are you thinking? Because, I mean, what kind of lob do you throw up to LeGerald as opposed to Doak, as opposed to any other guy's fee, because you're doing all of them?
You just got to know your personnel. With LeGerald and Doak, I feel like I could throw it up kind of like anywhere and they go get it. And, with speed, sometimes, you might have to throw it a certain way or a certain height. Just because his arm's so small or so short. You just got to know your personnel and how high guys can jump and where the timing of the jump and stuff like that.
Over on the left side, again, a reminder, no recording with your iPhone or tablets, please.
Devontae, how's Udoka moving around this week?
He's been moving pretty good. His attitude's been great, getting treatment. Seen him running up and down this morning, and he's been trying to get in with us a little bit, and he said he was feeling good, but he's been looking a lot better.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to follow up on that, after the performance of especially Silvio, if you get few minutes or no minutes from Udoka, do you guys feel more comfortable about the big situation after what you saw on Saturday?
Definitely. I feel like this weekend just gave us a lot more confidence with Mitch and Silvio, and it gave them a lot more confidence in themselves. So if we have them, that'd be great. It'll be a plus. If not, we just got that confidence in the team that we just won the Big 12 championship with. So either way it goes, we gonna have confidence in each other.
Okay, you go on the right side here of the aisle.
Devontae, you were named as a finalist for the Naismith Award yesterday. Just what is it like being up for a national honor, that type of thing?
Just like it's an honor, I don't really know what to say right now, but it hasn't really hit me yet, and it's just you put in a lot of hard work, and it's paying off, and people recognizing it, and I appreciate everybody who nominated me and voted for me and stuff like that, and but that's an individual award. I'm more of a team guy, so focus on the team and trying to get past this first game.
Still have about 4 minutes left in this Okay, we're going to go on the left side, and then we'll get you on the back next.
LeGerald, could you comment real quickly, kind of following up on that question? We had KU had a National Player of the Year last year in Frank, and we have KU has an All-American, first-team All-American candidate and Player of the Year candidate. What are their styles? Can you sort of offer some insights on their styles of leadership?
Well, I came in as a freshman, and I had Frank, and then I had both of them, but Frank was, he was a leader. He didn't talk as much, but he talked to me, telling me what the things to do, help us win, and just the small things. And then just seeing him, the growth in him, and him, telling me right from wrong, and now I got Devontae, another huge leader. Say Devontae, he talked more than Frank did, but the comparisons, I would say, they're kind of similar, but it's just an honor playing with both of them. So I definitely appreciate, playing with these two, definitely.
Okay, question in the back on the right side.
Guys, this is for both of you. Of course, we know your fans travel well no matter where you play, but still to be here in Wichita where there's a lot of support for KU basketball here, plus all your fans that are here. What's it like to be able to play here in Wichita, this close to home?
We'll start with LeGerald, then we'll go to Devontae.
I kind of feel like it's close to home, so I feel like we'll have kind of home court, home court crowd. So it definitely probably feel good. So
it'd be great. You know, it's just like having a home court game and getting a lot of tweets and Snapchats and stuff from fans saying they can't wait to see us practice, and you know, it's just great for people in Wichita who really don't get to come out and see us. You know, they get to come out and see us practice, and it's like we're playing right here at home for them. So it's just be great for the fans, and that's the benefit of being a 1 seed. You get to play close to home.
Got a question in the back there?
Gentlemen, you just had your last hard practice before this morning, and obviously you're going to have to work on defense because Penn limits your possessions offensively, and they shoot the ball pretty well. Philosophy going in this game, playing a structured team like Penn who's very disciplined.
LeGerald, we'll start with you and then Devontae.
Oh, can you repeat that?
What was the question?
About playing such a structured team like Penn, the challenges.
Just move the ball.
Just moving the ball and creating for others, and just continue playing Kansas basketball.
Basically the same thing. Coach been emphasizing, getting downhill. They pack it in, so you gotta have space in and make plays for others, and they go under the screen. So everybody got to be ready to shoot and just play how we've been playing. Everybody got to stay in attack mode.
Have time for one more question for our student athletes. Okay, if there are no other questions, best of luck tomorrow, guys. Thank you very much. We have Coach Self up here shortly. Again, please silence your cell phone and no flash photography, no recording of any sort. The satellite coordinates, Galaxy 17, transponder 17B, the download frequency 120.35.5 horizontal. Delighted to have with us Kansas University head coach Bill Self. Welcome to Wichita and the challenges Penn presents tomorrow.
Well,
First of all, we're proud and happy to be here, to be in the tournament. It's definitely a reward for the teams that have had, outstanding seasons. So we're proud to be one of them, and certainly happy to be in Wichita. Certainly not home, but it's hopefully home away from home. So we're excited about that. We know that we have a very difficult draw with Penn. My personal opinion is they don't resemble a 16 seed at all. Steve's done a great job. They're sound. They can shoot. They're physical. They can play through their bigs, and of course they got some depth too. So and they can guard. So we know that they pose some issues for us if we don't come ready to play, and they certainly have our attention.
Questions for the coach? Please raise your hand. Go on the right side on the aisle. Val.
Hey, Bill, kind of a random question. When you win the league every year and when you go to the tournament every year, how do you make it not normal, if that makes sense?
I think that's a good question. I think that, first of all, the staff, it's harder to do that with the staff. With the players, it's not, because there's turnover. So like with our team right now, this is really Mitch's first time to play in the tournament. This is Silvio's first time. This is obviously Malik's first time to play in the tournament. This would be Doak's first time to play in the tournament if he's able to play. And first time Legero's had a substantial role. So with the players, I do think it's relatively new. But what we try to emphasize is this is the reward, and certainly you've listened to my rhetoric all year long. Me jumping you ain't going to change anything now. Just go out and have fun, and let's enjoy the moment, and let's play with joy and passion, and play with a free mind.
Other questions on the left side?
Chris Lazaran with Kansas Alumni. Coach, what is Udoka's status, and has he been able to practice at all this week?
Doak's been on the floor Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday, and today. He's been on the floor. Monday and Tuesday was strictly non-contact. Today was limited contact, went 4 possessions. We feel, and the docs feel, that he's making unbelievable progress. We do not want to have a setback. His availability tomorrow will probably be a game-time decision, but certainly we feel he's getting better each day, and each day has certainly played out to be a pretty big improvement from a rehab standpoint. So I'm optimistic he can get in the game tomorrow. I'm not overly optimistic he can play significant minutes or be be a real positive force inside force. But I do think that he can be out there, and if he can play at 80% or 70% and be confident, we may use him a few minutes. But that 70% tomorrow could be 90% or 85% by Friday and 90% by Saturday if we're fortunate enough to win.
In the back.
Coach, you had your last hard practice this morning, and then last chance to install, and tomorrow you're facing a team that's very structured and will try to limit your possessions. Your thoughts on that?
Well, there's no question. We can say limit possessions, but Penn, if I'm not mistaken, is averaging 76 points a game. So they're wanting to score. They're wanting to get up and down. They're sound defensively, so sometimes I think that opponents have longer possessions against them because they don't give up easy shots on the first or second side. So our deal is we still got to play fast. But playing fast doesn't mean shoot fast. Playing fast means move fast, move the ball fast, get the ball to the third side as fast as you can. And certainly defensively, they are structured, but there's a lot of freedom within their structure too. And we know the bigs are unbelievable passers, and then they got 4 guys around a big that can always shoot. So obviously that'll pose problems for anybody if they're not prepared.
Stay on the right side.
Coach, you've obviously seen firsthand the talent that comes out of Wichita. You know what Coach Marshall's got going on here and now this. Can you talk about your perception of Wichita as a basketball city?
Well, I mean, my perception of Wichita as a basketball city has been very, very high, going way back. You know, when you're talking about, you know, Dreiling and Aubrey Sherrod and all those guys going back, there has been. Ricky Ross grow up in Wichita? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember if he did. He did, didn't he? And I can't remember the bigs all the bigs off the top of my head. But this has been an unbelievable basketball town over time, and certainly, you know, us recruiting Perry. Perry was obviously one of the best players that we've had in my tenure at Kansas, and he was from Wichita, and with the success that Wichita State's had, which is incredible, certainly has put Wichita on the map nationally, not just with recruiting, but with quality of play here in town. So, you know, I think that Kansas as a whole, when you have 3 Division I schools and all 3 have done as well as they've done, I think it's made a pretty good name for for basketball in our state. Although most of the kids that play at the 3 universities are not local kids. Most of them are probably from somewhere another state. But I think Wichita's got a terrific name nationally basketball-wise, especially if you go back to the history of the guys that played here, Darnell and everybody else.
Front row on the right side.
Devontae compared the one seeds haven't lost to a 16 seed, kind of like your Big 12 streak. Do you see a parallel, just kind of in the back of your mind, that you don't want to be the team to break the streak, that type of thing?
Well, I think that that's fair. I don't see the parallel at all. But I think that that's fair that guys could say that. I think every team that's a 1 seed, you know, in their back of their mind would say, oh, geez, this hasn't happened before. It can't happen to us. I think that's fair that somebody would say that. I think this is a little bit different this year because you can say 1 versus 16, but our players know after watching tape, definitely not 16. So they have our attention. But once you get in the tournament, you should have to play well to advance. I mean, that's the reality of it, and I believe that we're prepared to do that.
Other questions for Coach? Back row on the aisle.
David Lawrence, Jayhawk Radio. Bill, they are allowing 29% from the 3, I think. Specifically, what are you seeing on tape that allows them to be so successful?
Well, I think, you know, I heard Steve talk, and he talked a lot about they've got some guys that can really guard the ball. So if you can stay in front of your man and guard the ball, it creates less dribble penetrations, which create less help situations and rotations, which you know, we kind of make a living off of that, you know, making the extra pass off of rotations and things like that. So from what I've seen is, you know, they guard the ball well, and certainly they don't give, you know, even if you get up a 3, it's usually contested. So we've got to do a good job of forcing help on the first side just to set up a second drive, and force help on the second drive just to set up a third drive, as opposed to thinking that we can attack them like we did West Virginia, who put so much pressure on the ball that if you can get your shoulders past them initially, you make them score on the first side. I don't believe scoring on the first side will be that prevalent against Penn.
Stay on the left side.
Coach, we had a chance to talk with LeGerald before you came in. Could you offer some insights about what your expectations and hopes are for him in this tournament?
Well, I think, you know, in order for us to have a chance to advance, you know, we need to have all our best players playing well, and he's certainly one of our best players. And I thought he played really well against West Virginia. I thought his activity level was good. He's had some really good practices since then, and so I'm anticipating having a LeGerald that was his activity level was similar to what it was, you know, a couple of months ago. I don't think his activity level during the league play was quite as good as it was before, and I think there's reasons for that. But I think he's on a serious uptick right now.
Still have time for a couple more questions. Okay, if there's no other questions, best of luck tomorrow, Coach.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, at this time, we're preparing for Seton Hall. Pirates are the number 8 seed in the Midwest region, Big East Conference at-large berth. This is their 3rd straight appearance in the NCAA tournament. They will face number 9 seed North Carolina State in a 3:30 first-round game this Thursday. Going to be joined by seniors Kadeem Carrington and Angel Delgado. Angel, you're closest to me, right here, yeah. And then Kadeem, you're right by your placard there. Why don't you move over one? Just a couple reminders again, please silence your cell phones, and there's no flash photography or recording, iPhones or tablet. If you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll have our microphone holders come to you. We have on the right side on the left side by the aisle. Go ahead.
Hey, I'll direct this to either player. I'm Mike Tolbert from Spectrum News. You know, with your seniors being together as long as you have and the way the last 2 NCAA tournaments have gone, what's been kind of the talk to where, you know, this is the year, this could be the year for you guys to make an impact and get that win in the first round?
We'll start with Kadeem, then we'll go to Angel. Go ahead.
The last 2 years was a great experience for us. My sophomore year was our first time getting here, and it was kind of new to us. And last year, I think we played a great game and just made a few mistakes at the end. So that was a great experience for this year. This is our last go-around. So.
Yeah, I think right now we've been here 3 years in the row, so we're right now kind of owing this type of events and stuff like that. So I think we're ready, and we're ready for the battle.
Okay, we're going to go to the aisle on the right side, then we're coming to you on the left side.
For Zach Brazil, New York Post, for both of you guys, how do you think this game impacts your legacy at Seton Hall? You know, you guys came in when the program was at a low point, and you've kind of brought it back to being relevant and being a winning program. But what do you think winning a game would do to your legacy and this tournament? How does that impact your legacy at the school?
Start with Kadeem.
I think we left a pretty great legacy so far, but like you said, winning a game in an NCAA tournament, that's something that we haven't done, and we're looking forward to doing it tomorrow. And I think it's going to just add to our legacy if we do so.
Like Kadeem said, we never won an NCAA tournament game, so we come in with the mindset that we got to win a game. We got to represent our school and represent our league. So everything is got to be in the right way and play the hardest as we can.
Stay on the right side of the aisle.
Hey, guys. NC State's players were up here before you. They talked a lot about the concern about Seton Hall's physicality, Big East physicality. How much of a priority is that for you guys to play that type of game, bring that game to them tomorrow?
Kadeem first.
The Big East is a very physical league. You know, every game, you know, it's a grinded-out game. Every game goes down to the end. So we're just going to try to impose our will on them. We know that their league is not quite as physical as us. So just try to show our physicality, like you said.
Yeah, we just got to come with the mindset that we got to come and play physical with these guys and just play hard. Like, it's a team. Any team can come and play physical too. So we cannot say like they soft or stuff like that. We just got to come with the mindset that we got to play hard and do the best we can.
Stay on the left side aisle.
This is more really for Kadeem. NC State is a team that prides themselves in turning people over, creating turnovers, and kind of getting up in your face. What have you seen on tape, and how have you tried to prepare for their pressure defense?
Yeah, we paid attention a lot to the pressure defense. You know, they like to press you, make you turn the ball over. But I think it starts with me to stay composed and just get guys in the right spots and not turn the ball over. And I'm going to try to do that tomorrow.
Other questions for our student athletes?
Marilyn Payne out of Raleigh, North Carolina. For both guys, what do the two of you know and what do your teammates know that NC State might not, because they have a roster filled with a lot of guys who've never been to the NCAA tournament?
Kadeem first.
I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. At the end of the day, we in the NCAA tournament, but it's still basketball, you know what I'm saying? So you still got to go out there and play. It's another game, so.
Yeah, like Dean said, this is another game. It's a regular game. It's two teams. Both got great talented players, and we just got to come with the mindset that we got to play hard and play great.
Okay, we're going to go to the left side, then we'll come back on the right side. So right there, there you go.
This one's more for Angel here. They've obviously got a big in Omer Yurtseven who can stretch the floor a little bit. How do you kind of prepare for that? You mentioned getting physical, but how do you kind of prepare, going against a guy like that and knowing that you kind of want to stay down there in the block area?
Yeah, I watch a lot of film of him. He's a really good player, and I got a lot of respect for him. But at the same time, we got a lot of players like that in our league too. They can stretch the floor, they can shoot threes and all that stuff. So, but this time right now, I'm kind of used to it, and I'm ready for it.
On the right side aisle here.
Have you guys at all thought about or talked to each other about, tomorrow could be, you obviously want to win, but just how it's coming to an end? Have you guys talked about that or thought about that at all, you seniors, that it's, whether it's Thursday or Saturday or next week or whenever, it's going to end soon? And is that something you think about at all?
No, we haven't spoken about that because we don't want it to end yet. So we'll speak about everything after the season, whenever that may be. So we haven't spoken about the season ending yet. You said, have I thought about it? Yeah, you think about it. It's your senior year. I've been thinking about it since the start of the senior year. It's my last year. It's my last time to do something special. So, yeah, I've been thinking about it.
The fact that it is your last, how much does that push you and motivate you to win tomorrow, knowing you don't want it to end?
It motivates me a lot. I'm real focused right now. I think my teammates are focused. Coach Willard and all the coaching staff is focused. So we're just going to go out there and play our game, play hard, and try to get the W.
Other questions for our student athletes? Still have about 5 minutes here. Any other questions? Well, if there are no more, best of luck, guys, tomorrow. Thank you very much. Got a chance. Thomas Chen, the Seton Hall basketball media relations contact. You have any questions? We have Coach Willard up here shortly. After this press conference with Seton Hall Coach Willard, we'll have about a 90-minute break before we will resume at approximately 2:45 with Houston. The order will be Houston, Michigan, San Diego State, and then Montana. Hey, how you doing? Okay, we're be starting this next session with Seton Hall head coach Kevin Willard shortly. Just a reminder, please silence your cell phones, no flash photography, and no recording at all. Okay, Coach. Pleased to have with us head coach from Seton Hall, the Pirates, Kevin Willard, in his 8th season. Welcome to Wichita. Let's get your thoughts right away on the challenges that North Carolina State presents.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here. I think it's a really good matchup for both teams. I think we're both very evenly matched. Their guard play is some of the best guard play we've faced all year. Love their big guy. Love the way he can play inside and out. So, you know, really looking forward to the challenge and just happy to be here in Wichita.
This time we'll take questions. Please raise your hand. We'll have a microphone holder. We'll go to the front, and then we'll come back over here on the aisle.
Kevin, NC State coach and players, when they were up here, talked a lot about Seton Hall's physicality, the Big East physicality. How much of a priority is that for you guys tomorrow to bring some of that to this game?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think conference play, when you watch us in conference play, just the way our league plays, it's extremely physical. But I've been impressed with how physical they are. Dorn, for a power forward, he's a lot like Ish. Can really play defense, tough off the dribble. Their guards are physical. I think they really defend and get after you. And that's why I think it's a really unique matchup in the fact that both teams play physical basketball. And, you know, obviously anybody coming from the Big East, that's kind of what, if you watch us on film, that's what you're going to see just because of the way the league is kind of set up.
Okay, we go on the right in the aisle here.
Kevin, what do you think this game means for your seniors' legacy? You know, they kind of done everything except win a tournament game.
No matter what, I think these four guys are gonna have left a great mark at Seton Hall. I think more than anything, the way they've brought the fan base back from the way they've played. Obviously, it's going to help if you win a game, but I just think how they've interacted with the fans, how they've kind of won a lot of big games, I think their legacy will be pretty good either way. Go ahead.
Okay, we have a follow-up here.
Could you sense, though, how important it is for them to win a game in the tournament?
Yeah, I definitely have a different sense with them this year than I have last year. It's been less me trying to get them to understand the importance of being in this tournament and how hard it is to get into this tournament. I think they realize the opportunity that they have now, where I think after their sophomore year, they were just happy to be there. Last year, you know, we had a chance to win the game. You know, we're up 4 with a minute and a half to go, and I think that loss really hurt them. It really kind of haunted them a little bit this year. So I think they understand now more than ever they have a chance.
Question on the left side.
Hey, Coach. Mike Tober from Spectrum News in Raleigh. You mentioned a little bit about their guard play, but this is also a team that likes to take a lot of threes, and they like to put up shots at a fast pace. How do you try to slow them down a little bit defensively?
Yes, it's not an easy task, to be honest with you. I think the hardest thing about them as I watch film is how balanced they are. It's just not one guy. I wish I could say, well, it's just Freeman or it's just Braxton. It's not. I mean, they're so well balanced. And I think Markel Johnson does as good a job as anybody I've seen on film of getting in the lane and creating really good opportunities for his teammates. So I love the pace they play out, and I just think they put so much pressure on you. They put 4 guys out in the perimeter, and they drive it and they attack you, and you never know who's going to get you. I think that's the hardest thing about it when you watch film is that they're extremely balanced. I mean, they really technically have 5 guys scoring double figure points, and over the last 5 games, they're shooting almost 50% from the 3. So then you add, you add Hunt into the equation, which over the last 5 games, he's playing over 20 minutes a game. There's at times they have 5 guys on the floor that can make shots. So I think that's what makes them so hard to defend.
Other questions up here in the front on the aisle?
Yeah, just to follow up, you mentioned you get a different sense from these guys. You don't have to tell them the importance of this. Any examples of that? Anything they've said, anything they've done that's different that have took you off to that?
I really feel that the biggest difference has been in practice. We've been, you know, it's really hard this time of year when you, towards the end of February, you kind of wind practice down a little bit. You're only going for like an hour and 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden you have 4 or 5 days where you have to kind of start practice back up. And I haven't had a hard time getting them to practice again. You know, we practiced yesterday for almost 2.5 hours. And usually last year, there's no chance I would have been able to do that. I had no problem getting them to practice. We'll practice again for probably a good solid 2 hours. And they're looking forward to practice. So I think from that mentality, that's the biggest thing I've seen, Jerry.
Other questions?
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Coach. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we will get back at it at 2:45 with Houston. 2:45. what do you got? And do they know there? Yeah, so we got, so who do you have after Houston?
Check 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Press conference audio check. Test 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Testing, testing. Check, 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 check. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Press conference audio check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, test 1, 2. Lip sync test. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Press conference audio lip sync test. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Press conference audio lip sync test. Check 1, 2.
Just a reminder, we're going to be starting our afternoon session of news conferences in a couple minutes with Houston. The order will be Houston, Michigan, San Diego State, and Montana.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check test 1, 2. Mike, let me know if we need to do anything else. Thank you.
Okay, Houston student athletes are on their way. A couple reminders before we start the press conference. Please silence your cell phones. There's no flash photography allowed, nor recording using your iPhone or your tablet. This first session will be 15 minutes for the student athletes. Okay, before we start, the satellite coordinates, Galaxy 17, transponder 17B. The download frequency is 12035.5 horizontal. So without further ado, we're pleased to have with us Senior Devin Davis and Rob Gray. At this time, we're entertaining questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll have our microphone holders come to you. Okay, right over here on the maroon shirt. Please identify your name and outlet. Thanks.
Yeah, Bryce Miller from the San Diego Union Tribune. Rob, maybe starting with you. I know the NCAA tournament format, you're learning about these teams you don't see during the season very quickly on the fly, but San Diego State has this program-wide defensive reputation, but in the short window that you've tried to learn about them, what do you know about them offensively?
You know, they have Trey Kell, Malik Pope, Mitchell, you know, some very good offensive players. I know they haven't been healthy all year, and they're rolling right now. You know, they won 9 in a row. They've been playing some really good basketball, and you know, it's a great quality first-round competition, and we're just looking forward to the chance to compete after losing in the championship game to Cincinnati by 1 point. So, you know, we pride ourselves on defense and rebounding, and we know we'll have a good test coming out in the first round, and we'll get a chance to show everyone nationally that what we've been working on all year and the pride that we have in our defense.
Front row in the aisle.
Joseph Duarte, Houston Chronicle, for Rob and Devin. By now you've probably heard that the last time this program, Houston's won a NCAA tournament game, was 1984. What would that mean to get that first win under your belt if you can win tomorrow night and since it's been so long?
We're going to start with Devin first and Robbie.
It would mean a lot to the program and to the players. We put in a lot of work since June and July to get to this moment, and we don't feel like we're done yet. So we're just going to play as hard as we can and just take it one game at a time.
Yeah, exactly what he said. It'll mean a lot to the fan base, the alumni, and everyone that's affiliated with the Houston Cougar basketball program. You know, we've been battling all year for them, and to make the tournament, you know, I know they feel real good about that, but we're looking to do a little bit more than that. You know, we want to make a run, make some noise, and we believe in ourselves, and we're just thankful that we have this opportunity.
On the aisle.
Mark Ziegler, San Diego Union Tribune. For both of you, people talk about tournament experience, people like tournament experience being important this time of year. San Diego State has, I think, 4 guys who played in it before. I'm not sure you have anybody. Do you think that'll be a factor? And if not, why not?
Did you play in a tournament, Dev? No. Yeah. You know, we have a great leader, Coach Sampson. He's had a lot of tournament experience. He teaches us things every single day, and he gives us the recipe to win. You know, it's our job to listen and do our jobs and just compete as hard as we can. So we understand that we don't have any players who've played in the tournament, but we have a great leader that we learn from each and every day. And as far as San Diego State, you know, that'll be an advantage that they have. You know, they have players who've been in the tournament and, you know, seen the competition level and understand what's at stake. But, you know, we're pretty smart. Even though we haven't been there, we listen to Coach Sampson, we watch film, and we understand what's at stake. And we're just ready to go out and compete. And in a sense, it could be an advantage that we don't have anyone who's played in the tournament because we're all so excited to be here. And we're confident in our abilities, and our energy and our desperation is really going to help us with our competitive nature.
Yeah, like Rob said, we have a great head coach and Coach Sampson. We're going to buy in and listen to everything that him and his staff have, because they put in a lot of work into the scouts. So we're going to buy into everything that they're telling us, and I mean, we're excited. Nobody's played in this tournament. None of us have ever been here before, so we're excited. We're going to play as hard as we can. We're going to play smart, too.
Other questions? Okay, go to Bryce in the maroon here.
I guess for Devin, back on the thoughts about San Diego State offensively, Trey Kell scored 28 points in the Mountain West title game, and Malik Pope at points in his career has been talked about like an NBA guy. Watson's an experienced scorer. Jalen McDaniels has taken over games at times. When you try to scout a team like that, where do you start in terms of priorities defensively?
The head of our defense, which would be our guards, and it's going to take all 5 defenders on the court to just guard, like the pick and roll. They're a heavy, high pick and roll team. We know that, so it's going to take each and every player on the court to guard the ball, and we just have to stay focused all 40 minutes.
Other questions? Okay, we're going to go to the front aisle and then across.
Hey, Rob, after the Cincinnati game, Coach Sampson was saying that playing so many games that weekend, it kind of caught up to you on Sunday, both teams actually, in terms of fatigue. I think he gave you Monday off. How are the legs and how's the team's, energy right now?
Well, situations like this, you can't afford to be tired at all. I feel great. I'm excited to be here. Those 3 games in 3 days, a little AAU-style format. Haven't played AAU in a long time, so you could tell in that Cincinnati game that it was very sluggish and ugly in the second half. But in games like that, that's where we have to pride ourselves on our defense and offensive rebounding to be able to win. And those have been staples of our culture all year long. So we're just trying to survive and advance by any means, no matter if our legs are a little tired or not. It's all about mental toughness at this point.
Across the aisle.
For both of you, does San Diego State remind you of anybody you played this year that was on your schedule?
We're going to start with Devin, then Rob.
With their length, I would say like Wake Forest, or when we scrimmaged against Baylor early in the year, they just have a lot of length in their front court. So, and talent-wise, I would compare them to Wichita State. They have a lot of talent, 1 through 5.
Yeah, same as he said, Baylor, Wake Forest, those long teams with the maybe 7-footers or 6'10" guys coming off the bench. But, we're a very small team. We understand that. I think we're about 318th out of all 351 schools when it comes to height. But, we rarely get out-rebounded, and we pride ourselves on our heart and toughness. So we're not looking to make any excuses. We're just looking to go out here and get the job done no matter what it takes.
Any other questions for our student athletes? Go back to the aisle.
The San Diego State coaches have been talking the last few days just about how physical you guys are. Obviously, as you just said, you're not the tallest team in the world, but do you think you're the most physical team in the country?
I'm not sure if we're exactly the most physical in the country, but I think we're in the conversation. I know we're a top 10 offensive rebounding team. We have a tendency to foul a lot, one of the higher fouling teams in the country, but it's just a part of our effort and a part of our nature to not back down and box out, make hustle plays and just, bring it to the competition. So, we're definitely going to stick to our style. We're going to try to impose our will and just, win a defensive rebound and offensive rebound battle. And, that's been a key to our success all year. So no need to change anything now.
Yeah, we're a team full of little small guys, like little height, but we all have big hearts and a lot of pride, and we're going to buy into the culture, and we'll play as hard as we can.
Up front in the aisle.
Rob, on the fouls, this time of year, do you have to change that approach in terms of not giving, not fouling as much as maybe you would in the regular season just because of the opportunities, the free chances to go to the line for the other teams and, just the stakes are raised at this point?
Yeah, Coach Sampson doesn't change no matter what it is. It could be a scrimmage versus a D2 team. He's been on us all year about fouling and just gift wrapping the other team 2 points. But, it's just something that comes with playing hard and being extra physical, blocking out and pursuing offensive rebounds. So, we're going to try to balance playing hard and playing smart as good as we can. But, there's going to be mistakes. We're all human, so we just got to try to do anything we can to win. And we definitely need to limit the fouls. We don't want to give them any free points.
Still have time for a couple more questions if there are any.
I know you all don't get to play West Coast teams that often, but West Coast kind of has a growing reputation for being, I don't want to say soft, but more finesseful. You know, the type of guys you see on San Diego State's roster, long, really lean, like Jalen McDaniels and Malik Pope. But you don't see the thick guys like you guys have on your roster. Do you agree with that? And when you go play a West Coast team, do you feel like we want to show them how we play basketball over here?
We don't see a difference in West Coast, East Coast. We just see an opponent, and we have to be the best us we can be, play the best that we can be, and it doesn't matter who we're playing against. We just have to play to our culture, play to our style of play.
Yeah, I don't know if we played any West Coast teams this year. No. I will say, though, watching film on San Diego State in the Mountain West in the tournament, it is a little different, as far as like the ball pressure and denial. It's just kind of like, more finesse, and it's like offensive shootout. Even though San Diego does have a high-ranked defensive team on KenPom, I think they're at 36 right now. So, it may be finesse, but obviously they're doing a pretty good job in their matchups and limiting opponents to scoring per possession. So, we can't really focus on East Coast, West Coast, or anything. You just got to focus on the opponent and stick to our style and just try to impose our will and win the game in the small areas.
Time for one last question. Okay, last question of this session here.
You guys get away with that another question. You look at your roster, you don't have a lot of guys who were five-star All-American, McDonald's All-Americans, a bunch of JC guys, a couple transfers from mid-major or low-major schools. Is that an accurate assessment, and does that kind of bind you together and make you the team that you are, because it seems like everybody's got a chip on their shoulder?
Extremely accurate. I know half of our team went to junior college. Me and Devin both went to junior college. No All-Americans, no five-stars, just a bunch of junkyard dogs. And that's how we got to win, We pride ourselves on not being the most pretty and just getting the job done. And it's been working so far, and it's something Coach Sampson sticks to each and every day in practice. And, our toughness is what has to get us over the hump, whereas, other teams may have height, length, or athleticism. So we understand, what we're capable of and what we're up against, and we're going to stick to our game plan, and I'm very confident in my teammates.
Yeah, we don't mind being the underdog. It kind of makes us more hungrier, I would say. We just, like Rob said, we just have to outwork our I guess, less talent or less length that we have, and just play to our culture.
Yeah, and similar, preseason, we were picked 6 in the American Athletic Conference, and, they were going off 5 stars, length, all that. So, we don't pay attention to that. We just let it fuel the fire, and, I'm pretty sure there will be similar assessments here in the tournament. So, we just got to kind of ignore that. If anything, just let it fuel us and get ready to go out there and compete.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to begin our session with Houston head coach Calvin Sampson in his 4th season, first appearance for the Cougars in the NCAA since 2010. Coach, welcome to Wichita, and your assessment of your opponent tomorrow.
First of all, San Diego State is, after watching them, I'm not sure, I don't know what their strength and weakness is, and I think their strength is they don't have any weaknesses. There's not one area watching them that I say, well, we can exploit this for sure. They've got big, strong, physical guards. I keep hearing about how physical we are. Our guards are 6 foot, 6 foot, 6 foot. Theirs are 6'4", 220, and one 6'5", 230. I don't get that. So They got a really big backcourt. That causes problems. Big backcourts have caused us problems all year. Cincinnati, was 6'6" and 6'6" on the wing. Wichita State was 6'6" and 6'7". Those teams with big wings have caused problems for us. And then, inside, those are usually rock fights. So, San Diego State's very talented. Pope and McDaniel. We don't have guys like that. We don't have guys like that in our league. Probably the best inside player in our league is Morris from Wichita State. Best overall player maybe Clark from Cincinnati. I think Morris is probably about 6'8", Clark's about 6'7". So, we haven't seen this kind of length this year. Probably the team that had that kind of length that we played against was probably Wake Forest maybe, Providence. Providence was big. Wake Forest had a couple 7-footers. So San Diego State's very good. Brian Dutcher does a great job of coaching his team. They're well coached and very disciplined. Good guards, good front line, good team. There's a reason they've won 9 in a row.
Okay, this time we'll take questions. Please raise your hand. We'll get a microphone holder over to you. Front side aisle.
Mark Ziegler, San Diego Union Tribune. Just listening to you, it sounds like you're the 11th seed and they're the 6th seed. You guys have a chance tomorrow?
I think that seeding stuff, you can put that in a bag and throw it in the ocean. I mean, what does that mean? How do they know who the seeds are? If you look at the two teams, we are the 11th seed. Look at their players and look at ours. We're 6 foot, 6 foot, 6 foot, 6'5". I just like their roster. They've done a really nice job of putting that team together. They've got a two-headed point guard that's really good. Watson and Hemsley complement each other well, so they don't take a dip when they go to the bench. I think that's what really good teams do, is they have depth. They have 7 or 8 starters. So Hemsley and Watson are really good at the point. Kell is a great closer. He can. He's one of those guys that can get the ball to Pope, Mitchell, McDaniel throughout the game, and all of a sudden, the last 5 minutes, he wins it for you. It's nice to have a guy like that. But I've never been concerned. You don't know what you don't know. But people that take stock in seeding. Well, you're a higher seed and they're a lower seed. After the 1 seeds and 2 seeds, everybody's about the same as far as I'm concerned. 3 seeds. There's some 3 seeds that could be 2 seeds, but once you get from 4 to about 13, I think and everybody talks about parity. And all of a sudden we get to the tournament, you forget parity, and you start talking about seeds. What happened to parity?
Go in the front here in the maroon, Bryce. Then we get.
Coach, at least program-wide, San Diego State's had this national reputation as a defensive team, defensive-minded. That's how they stayed in games. That's how they limited opponents. This team seems to be breaking out of that mold a little bit offensively with more options. Is that accurate in your mind, or what do you see about them offensively?
Are you from San Diego?
Yeah, San Diego.
You know way more about that than I do. I've never seen them before. I've never seen them play, except on film. How many times have you seen them this year? So you answer your own question. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. I've never seen them in person. So, I have to read about them and look on film. So I don't know that I'm qualified to answer the question. But after reading and catching up on them, it sounds like they struggled early because of Kell being out with injuries. And I think about if Rob Gray was out with injuries for us, we'd struggle too. But I think I go back to I would answer that question, I guess, with my initial thought about them. I don't think they have a weakness. I think they're really good offensively because Brian can go different ways. When you can post your guards up against other 6'3", 6'4" guards, I'm sure his eyelids was blinking when he saw our guards. And they post up 6'3", 6'4" guys. I mean, we're going to run 6-foot guys out there. They're going. So I'm sure their kids saw our film and said, it's going to be fun.
We have a question on the left here. Go ahead.
Kelvin, the guys back in the locker room, just talking with them, saying, look, we learned from what happened in that conference tournament. How do they take that?
To learn what? Learn from what? Beating Wichita State?
Beating Wichita State and a tough loss to Cincinnati. They said that's something they can build upon. They learned the things they did good, the things they did bad.
No, I don't think they learned. I mean, we played 33 games. This is our 34th game. I think our kids are no different than Kansas kids or Pennsylvania's kids or San Diego State kids. This is our next game. You know, I think there's you've got to flush the last one, let it go, and get on to the next one. We played Sunday afternoon. You know, it's a short turnaround for us. 3 games in 3 days from you know, Monday. We left yesterday. We're here today. We don't have a new offense to put in. We don't have a new defense to put in. You know, we take our system and put it against San Diego State system. I think this game's 50-50. I think we can beat San Diego State, but I think San Diego State can beat us too. I think it's that kind of game. Got to play good. Got to play. If we play good, we'll have a good chance. If they play good, that means we probably not going to play good, and they're going to have a good chance. Does that clear anything up for you?
Yeah, it's totally clear now. The other thing they want to do is make history for U of H basketball. UH hasn't won a tournament game since '84, and they're well aware of that.
Well, it's hard to win a game when you haven't been in a tournament. So I think we need to start there. How many times have we been in a tournament since '80? What year did you say? So they haven't won a game since '84. So how many chances have they had? What? 5. So what are they, 0 for 5? Huh? So they have 4 chances. Yeah, so they've had 4 chances. I mean, I don't know what the question is. Yeah, I'm sure they would if you ask them, but that's not something we ever talk about or even think about. You know, I was really proud of our kids. You know, when that U of H went up on the board Sunday, that logo, interlocking U and interlocking H, that's a proud day. You know, when you're, because I remember where we were in 2014. You know, San Diego State's got a great history. You know, Steve Fisher, who's a very good friend of mine. I've known Steve for 30 years. I know what Steve did at San Diego State, and Brian was sitting right there with him all those years. So their program is established. They've been really good for a long, long, long time, whereas we're kind of a latecomer to the party. You know, 3 years ago, we went through 13 and 19, and that was a great year. I mean, that team could have went a lot worse than 13 and 19. Then the next year, we got a little bit better. The next year, pretty good again, and then this year, so you know, we're kind of 3 years into this thing, and here we are in the tournament. So we're happy about that, and I think our best days are ahead of us too. So I thought our first year would be our worst year while we were at Houston, but I don't think this will be our best year. I think our best years are going to be ahead of us. So whereas with San Diego State, I've always watched Steve's teams play. I just was always amazed at their length and athleticism. You know, and I know how good Kawhi Leonard was, and Kawhi Leonard was, you know, it's not like he stood out on that team. I mean, that was a really good team. There was a lot of good players on that team. And it's like the team they have now, you can tell how good they're going to be in the future because they're freshmen. This McDaniel kid's special now. You know, he's not going to be 210 pounds forever. And that Mitchell kid, that boy's a load. He's a good player. So I think you got two programs that's just going to continue to get better. They're established. We're not. We're still fighting to get there. We need to continue to win and continue to be consistent, whereas San Diego State has been like that. But we have kids in this program. This is their first year at Houston. They're in the NCAA tournament. So when you start talking history to them, they don't know what you're talking about.
We got time for one final question here. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah.
Kelvin, at least in recent years, this hasn't been a program that's had, you know, the players that are deemed 5 stars or McDonald's All-Americans. But I'm curious, as you've gone out and grabbed guys from the JUCO ranks or, you know, other places, there's things you can teach, but is there a trait that you look at a recruit and say, I can work with this? This is a guy that could fit what I want to do.
Well, you talk about 5-star. Who in our conference does? Well, why? I mean, nobody in our conference has 5 stars except for maybe Connecticut. They have 5 stars. So when we talk about junior college kids, we have as many high school kids as we do junior college kids. You know, Fabian White was on the all-freshman team this year. Galen Robinson was on the all-freshman team 2 years ago. You know, Rob Gray may have been a junior college kid, but Rob was a qualifier. Was a 3.3 student in junior college and had 3 years eligibility. So I've had him for 3 years, not 2. Chris Harris came from a junior college, and same thing academically. He's got 3 years. So we have a lot of kids that's here 3 and 4 years. It's not, you know, sometimes we have to put things in proper context. We're not a junior college program. We have some really good junior college players, though. So what was your question?
Is there, you know, something that you look at, you see a trait that, other things you may be able to teach, but is there a trait that you look at that you say, I can work with that, or that's something that'll fit my program?
Yeah, I think you guys, I just walked into the tail end of Devin and Rob's press conference. I think you can tell the intelligence level of both those kids. Those are smart kids. You know, I like smart kids. You know, it's hard to play this game if you can't think. It really is. Defense is about instinct, reaction, and basketball IQ. You know, I can teach a lot of things, but I cannot teach instinct. I cannot teach IQ. I can't. Can't teach size either. But if you're coachable, if you have the ability to react and make multiple decisions in a short amount of time. You know, talent is always there. That's number one. You recruit good players. We all try to recruit good players, but I like to recruit smart kids. You know, Devin's a very smart kid. You know, Rob was one of those kids that, you know, he graduated in December, but he could have graduated last December. You know, he's extremely, extremely bright kid. I have 4 seniors. Two of them have already graduated. The other 2 are taking single-digit credits to get their degree in May. So every kid in our program is on track to graduate from Houston, and they're all good students. They would graduate from anybody's college. So for me, I look at instinct. If a kid's on a 3-on-1 break, does he make the right decision? You know, when the shot goes up, and does he block out or does he go after the ball? And is he pretty good at either one? I also like to recruit kids that come from good coaches, winning programs. Good coaches are usually good teachers. You know, they teach kids. They come in advanced. You know, Devin played his freshman. He played at Indiana. Came from a really good high school program, outstanding junior college coach at Odessa. Trey Arnold's outstanding coach. Rob played for one of the best junior college coaches in the nation, Scott Raines at Howard. Excellent coach. Scott Raines would be a good coach anywhere. So I just think kids that are smart, kids that are tough, we can help them with the toughness. As long as they're not too far back, you know, we can help them. I've had some that, you know, it's hard to help them all. San Diego State's got a tough team, though. I like their toughness.
That's going to conclude today's session. Don't want to hold you up, Coach, from your practice shortly. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
guys.
Our next session will start at 3:30 with Michigan. Thank you.